Bathed in light, the ocean sparkles a sapphire hue. Okinawa, I'm coming to you. High side Okinawa, you're calling my name. A paradise of beauty, never the same. Your beaches whisper, your skies so wide. In your crystal waters my soul will glide. The sand is warm, the breeze so sweet, a dance of waves beneath my feet. Palm trees sway in a gentle cheer. Okinawa's magic draws me near. Oh, the stars, they shimmer like jewels at night. A canvas of dreams in the velvet twilight. I'll twirl neath the heavens, feel so alive. In Okinawa's glow, my spirit will thrive. High side Okinawa, you're calling my name. A paradise of beauty, never the same. Your beaches whisper, your skies so wide. In your crystal waters my soul will glide. Oh, the stars, they shimmer like jewels at night. A canvas of dreams in the velvet twilight. I'll twirl neath the heavens, feel so alive. In Okinawa's glow, my spirit will thrive. High side Okinawa, you're calling my name. A paradise of beauty, never the same. Your beaches whisper, your sky so wide. In your crystal waters my soul will glide. In your crystal waters my soul will glide. I boarded the plane, my heart took flight, dreaming of islands bathed in light. The ocean sparkles a sapphire hue. Okinawa, I'm coming to you. High side Okinawa, you're calling my name. A paradise of beauty, never the same. Your beaches whisper.
Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Mic check, 1 2 2 2. Morning, everyone. Ohayo gozaimasu. Okinawa Haisai, which is a greeting here in Okinawa when you want to say good morning or just greetings in general. Tide's out in the lagoon, so yeah, it's slowly filling back up. And yeah, we've got better weather than I thought there was going to be. There was rain in the forecast, and there are certainly clouds around. And in Okinawa, that means can I not count above 2? Mate, I've only got 2 feet. Yeah. So here we go, a beautiful 787 taking off. Nice way to start the stream. Chase them a bit. And those are behind the structural integrity pole, which is keeping me on the 12th floor of the Airport View Hotel here in Okinawa, Naha. Right, I just need to sort a little bit of a cabling issue. Shouldn't take too long. Need a little bit more slack. There we go, a little bit more slack. That will take care of that. Slowish morning. Mic check good. Thanks, Flaming Galar. And yeah, that helicopter was just for you, mate. I know you're pining to see one. Yeah, it'd be nice if it made another appearance today. I've seen it a couple of times now, so yeah, I'm not exactly sure where they go. They might sort of pop off to Kadena or somewhere like that, but yeah, I'm not sure quite how much interoperability there is between the Americans and the Japanese self-defense force. Americans tend to keep a lot of stuff to themselves, but we do see military chappies sort of wandering around one another's bases. Pretty decent day here in Naha. Temperatures high 20s. But yeah, there are a few clouds around, which makes it just sort of a little bit more dramatic. Chiho-chan, ohayo gozaimasu. Itsumo yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Let's Camp NJ wa videographer でございます。わざわざご一緒挨拶ご紹介します。So yeah, I haven't got the long lens on to start with. What have we got there? That's not looking too bad. And we've got teach. Enough. He's gone up quite a bit higher than the 787. My goodness, he's really going for it. And I've just noticed, since I had to pan up so high, can we see it? Yes, we can. A moon shot. There you go. There's a moon shot, and that's about as high as I can go. I have to crouch down in order to get under the. So that's your moon shot for the day. We saw a fair few of the gifts yesterday. Let's Camp. Very, very happy. I'm not sure that they all register, but they certainly are well received, and we thank anybody who gives us anything, pretty much. We're lean and mean, and this channel is very much in its infancy, growing pains and all that. So I probably should get over to the flight radar, and I can see the next arrival is from Singapore, Jetstar Asia, which I've heard is not long for this world. They're shuttering it, so it might be one of the last sort of visits that we see from Jetstar Asia. Of course, that's completely different business from Jetstar New Zealand and Australia and Jetstar Japan. We've heard that they're not much interested in competing in the very competitive low-cost carrier market. And so that's Jetstar 791 from Singapore coming in the not too distant future. And again today they're running 1-8 operations. So 1-8 left is the takeoffs and 1-8 right is the landings. The 1-8 right being the most seaward, where we saw all the jet fighter aircraft yesterday taking off and landing. They seem to go out to that outer runway, a little bit further away from the city and the housing and what have you, probably for politeness reasons. And let's see if I can bring this up. There you go. Great. Yeah, so a little bit of a lull until Jetstar gets here. I thought I'd start a little bit later today because there are a few movements around about 7 o'clock, but after a longish couple of streams yesterday, a bit of a lie-in was called for. We've got Ryukyu Air Commuter, the Dash 400. That's probably one of the ones going to Kumejima. And as I was saying yesterday, that's just a 20-minute flight, or about a couple of hours on a ferry, just to the south of us. And we can actually see reasonably well. It's not a bad view. Pull back a bit. So the Kiriyama Shoto, so the Kiriyama Islands, out there in the distance, across what is a fairly narrow body of water. I've got a friend coming here to Okinawa, and he travels around with ocean swimming tour groups. So people who are into their ocean swimming, and I would say they would swim that. I mean, there's certainly sand bars that you could take a bit of a rest halfway across. But yeah, they're used to swimming sort of, quite lengthy distances. And so he's coming here to Okinawa to check it out for future tours. Of course, it all goes on the expenses against their company. And we'll see if we can see Jetstar. Can't quite make them out yet. There's a little bit of cloud cover out that way, as you can see. A little bit of cloud cover there. Let's bring up. There we go. So, yeah, looking around. So we're probably going to get that Ryukyu air commuter. I can now see our friend way in the distance, and opportunity for a lens change and just check out how it goes this morning and this night. Just going to throw that lens on and see how we go. There we go. And so that's Jetstar at quite some distance away. Best part of 3 kilometres, I'd say. Maybe more. So he's coming in from Singapore and landing on that outer runway 18 right, 18 right. I think they don't go for pure numbers, they just go for the digits in the announcements. And there we go. So reasonably happy with that quick lens change. So yeah, happy to have. Welcome to Okinawa, Jetstar, in from Singapore. A reasonably long journey on a narrow body. Quite a wee way to come on a 737 or an A320. You don't get them confused. And I can see our air commuter. Lining up to go down into the runway down here. So that's air commuter. And he'll be going off to Kumejima. So yeah, morning to everyone in the chat, even the lurkers. I know some of you may be at work and have things on a sneaky second screen or a tab or however you manage it. Yeah, regards to your boss. Yeah, and we take no responsibility if you happen to get nudged while watching the stream. But thanks very much for popping in and making us part of your day. So this Dash 8, and we established that they don't actually have any Q300s in Japan. They're all Q400s. We established that last night, and we thought we saw a Q300 come in, but it was just a trick of the light, really. It looked smaller than it was, as the actress said to the bishop. I'm just trying to get over that roof so I don't get too much glare. I'll probably put a few stops of filter on. That might be too dark anyway. We'll leave it like that for the moment and just get this take off. Yeah. Of course, he barely gets to cruising altitude on this really short flight off to Kume. It's like almost, I'm going to say, the same as the Wellington to Blenheim run, or Wellington to Picton run. It's about that sort of distance. And yeah, there it is behind here. Yamato Transport, great. We saw them yesterday. They're so nice. It's a nice plain livery, and yeah, they're using a 321 as a freighter. So nice, nice compact design, that aircraft, and obviously very fuel efficient. Yeah, they're operating it as a freighter. So doubtless you're seeing that. Is that announced? Plain Guevara? Or it's just on the list for movements, is it? Don't see that. Okay. Right. Okay, so let's see Singapore on that Singapore Jetstar. Here we go. I can see it now. Right. We're coming into view any moment. There we go. Yes, that Jetstar in from Singapore. I wonder what they're going to do with all the personnel and aircraft. Maybe redistribute them to Japan and or Australia and New Zealand, perhaps. They could certainly up their services in New Zealand, compete with Air New Zealand a little bit more. And Jetstar Japan, It's a completely separate business, of course. And partially owned by Arm, I believe. Arna's sort of got their ownership hooks into a lot of the low-cost carriers here in Japan. Oh, mate, don't tell me we're getting Star Wars. We're getting Star Wars. C-3PO, how awesome is that? Well, we saw him in Fukuoka. Chiho-chan took some beautiful photographs of him in Fukuoka. And she sort of asked me what I was there for, and I sort of said, well, all these beautiful liveries, and we got C-3PO there in Fukuoka, and it was there when we took off for Ishigaki. So I actually got to see it from the airside, inside a plane, of course, so it wasn't super attractive, because, aircraft windows being all scratched and stuff, but yeah. Let me see if I can just swing around a bit. So if you're not subscribed to the channel, you won't be able to comment in the chat. That may not be a bad thing for you. You may want to just lurk, and that's perfectly fine. If you're lurking, throw us a like, eh? Yeah, it's a way to support the channel, and we definitely get noticed. If we get a few likes on the stream, then it encourages Mr. Algorithm to push it out a bit. So I'm just going to close my door, and that'll make the air conditioning not work quite so hard. So 12th floor here, and in this morning light, it's not bad. We don't really need. I suppose I could wear a pair of sunnies. It'd probably help, but doing okay so far. On the air news front, I hear there's a couple of issues with Qantas A380s. One in Sydney, of all places, had an air bridge smashed into it. I think that the guy moved down from Brisbane, they obviously damaged the A380, and that was one of them. And then we hear that QF2 was on its way back to Australia from London Heathrow, and obviously it stops in at Singapore on the way, and apparently there's a mechanical on that one, and it's not easily fixed, so they're having to scramble and find yet another 380, because you don't just move 400 plus passengers with a snap of your fingers. You've got to rustle up a proper full-size 380 from somewhere, and Qantas, they've got 10, and 2 of them are out of action, and they've got another couple that they'd lined up for scrap, and on the face of it, lining them up for scrap was probably a bad move, because now they've got capacity issues. So that's my 2 cents worth on Qantas. Running an airline is obviously a lot more difficult than we make it out in the chat, but there you go. So yeah, thanks very much Flaming Glar for the smash the like button. Look, if you're on a mobile device, this is one thing that I keep sort of mentioning in other chats wherever I go, and you're welcome to reuse this, is when you're on a mobile device, the way to hit the like button, you have to close the chat to expose the like button and all those other good things. And yeah, and then once you've hit the like button, you just click on the chat again, and you're able to rejoin the chat. And yeah, it was a 24-hour delay, was it? Only 24 hours? Oh, mate, I was reading that it was longer than that. Yeah, Let's Camp Global Airways gone back to storage, has it? Yeah, well, it was a bit cheaply done. I mean, you know, they did it on a budget, didn't they? And I think I would have not invited loads and loads of fairly influential YouTube channels on my maiden flight across the ditch if it wasn't going to be sort of a spectacular success. And clearly using sort of Portuguese crew and what have you probably didn't help. Apparently the meals weren't all that great. And, anyway, so at least they gave it a go. And from Glasgow of all places. So, so Glasgow's got one up on Edinburgh. Obviously they must have had a pretty good deal on runway fees and storage fees, parking fees there at Glasgow. Quite a yeah. All right. Yeah. So, yeah, they do use the supers on that Joburg route. Telly Two Sheep, g'day. Hey, your flock's growing, mate. I see what? Telly Two Sheep has turned into Telly Four Sheep. G'day. Yeah, great to see you. Hope your day's going well. Mine sort of started off with a hiss and a roar. Things going well on pretty much every front so far. So happy wife. Pretty happy this morning, and said I had to get in touch with Chiho, which I've done, and pass on her regards to Chiho, and she's done that. I can see our next incoming, which is the Yamato Transport, and he's way over there. So there he comes. A distinctive yellow tail. Let's see if I can help out the autofocus with a little bit of Seki focus. There you go, Seki focus to the rescue. Yamato Transport, the yellow tail. with the black mother cat. And it's actually got a baby kitten in its mouth. That's sort of the symbol of Yamato transport. And it's become more stylized. Used to be up like a proper cat figurine. Now they're using just this stylized graphic. So it's an A321 freighter. Don't look, Air New Zealand. Don't look. Yeah. 321 freighters. And then we've got succession of ANA 1201 and Skymark 511 and then Jetstar 51 and then JAL 901, and they're all incoming, so we're going to get a bit of a lull and then we're going to get a rush. So get your screen captures ready. Here you go, Yamato Transport. They operate out of Narita, so they come down from Narita. You see them parked amongst the big boys, the NCA freighters, the Globals, and the big 747 international freighters, your Nationals, and the really big guys up there. And then you see this dainty wee Yamato Transport. It looks really, really lovely to see this tiny little freighter in amongst all of that lot. And in September, we're hoping to actually get a stream away from Narita, so we might actually get to see this plane from the other end, from the Narita end. Won't that be special? Not going to make too many hard promises, but whoops, what did we do? Move too fast. Right, so we've got that big long line coming up, Conga line. Hi Seki, good on you, Telly. Yeah. Oh, okay. So what they delayed the South Africa flight so that they could send the plane up to Singapore to rescue all those stranded QF2 passengers. Is that the go? I suppose that'd be pretty efficient, just to send one up from Sydney. Much better idea than trying to scramble and find one from somewhere else. Just delay that South Africa flight, rescue people, because most of the South Africa people will be absolutely fine in Sydney, but you've got massive. Imagine the accommodation costs in Singapore for overnighting people for a couple of days, 2-3 days. Chio-chan, it's a lovely aircraft, isn't it? I love the logo. Here in Okinawa, they do a lot of T-shirts which sort of mock logos, and they have like Ashidas, which is basically an Adidas, but just with bare feet. And of course, Ashi in Japanese is foot or leg, but in this particular case, foot. And yeah, so they basically make a logo out of the feet, and then we've got the likes of the Yamato Transport, and yeah, they have the cat, and here in Okinawa, cats get replaced by shisa. Shisa is sort of like a cross between a lion and a dragon. So yeah, it can be. And so it was popular there for a while to replace the Yamato logo with shisa. So a mother shisa carrying a baby shisa in its mouth. And it's quite amusing, but I heard that the parody t-shirt company got into a bit of legal strife with Yamato because the parody was a little bit too close to home or something. I couldn't take a joke anyway. So yeah. G'day Tucker, good to see you, mate. Good to see you. So this is Tucker, this is Yamato Transport. It's a 321 freighter. Haven't seen too many 321s in the freight configuration. This is the only one I know of. And it's a lovely little plane. As I was saying, it's based in Narita, where all the big boys come in, the 747s and the 777s and so on. And yeah, so we can't be that far. Oh, hey, oh, crikey, up in the sky, I've just noticed. Where are you? There you go, C-17, eat your heart out. C-17 every day of the week. There you go. Come to Okinawa. I promised you military. Here's military for you. And he's into the cloud. So he just popped out of the cloud just long enough that I could actually make him out for you. Arigato, Chiho-chan. Yeah, so we've got a little bit of cloud cover now. So getting some really interesting effects out here on the field. I might swing around. See just a little patch of light there. And then we've got sort of out to the islands in the distance. Maybe I need to do some Siki focus on it. There we go, some Siki focus. Maybe it fails. Anyway, so we're getting... Yeah. I'll swing you around to Senagajima because after Friday, perhaps on the weekend, I might be doing some streams from over there. I have to check out the connection speed. What would be great is to actually set up like a line of sight back to this hotel room, and yeah, and just back on the. So there's a spot up there, and of course Senegajima is between the runways. So left runway, right runway. Hankachi-san, Hankachi-san, ohayou gozaimasu. いつもよろしくお願いします。Hankachi-san is very generous. Donated to the channel. I think somebody might have mentioned that we might have been streaming to her today. So lovely to see you, Hankachi-san. Yeah, it started out beautiful and fine, and we're seeing some clouds sort of rolling over. I can see next landing, so I better get across to that. For you. We're going to hear some sirens in a minute. Fire department. An ambulance. Yeah, I went to a party in Nagasaki, and there was a chap there saying he was now doing ambulances, basically taking people about, and the phrase was life Uber. Oh, well, you should share. You should share that with Chiho, because she's really into her cameras, mate. Like she knows her cameras. So yeah, I mean, you two would be a great pair. You really would. Toki desu. Nakashima. Toyoki-kun. Hai. Ohayou gozaimasu. Ohayou gozaimasu. Yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Nagasaki wa ame desu ka? Yeah, if you haven't caught up on the news, it's raining pretty much everywhere in Japan except for Okinawa. So it's yet another reason for, and we've missed Skymark ending. Jeez. Oh, jeez. Missed the Skymark. So we'll go back for Skymark. Come on, here we go, Skymark, there you go. Yeah, so it's raining pretty much everywhere in Japan except for Okinawa, which is yet another reason to come to Okinawa in the summertime, because up until that point, the rest of Japan is like in the high 30s, and Okinawa's, late 20s, early 30s. So it's the coolest place in Japan in the summertime, and it's the warmest place in Japan in the wintertime. So why wouldn't you want to live here? Okay, it's a reasonable flight to get to the major urban centres like Tokyo and Osaka, but here we got a perfectly functional airport, and you got a couple of choices And we've got a little bit of a light shower. I don't know if you can, you probably won't be able to see that, but to my eyes, I can actually see light shower. Fortunately, we're a bit sheltered by the building here, so it's actually blowing away from us. The great thing about Okinawa is, it never really lasts very long. As I discovered when I was doing marathon training, when I first came to Japan, I came pretty much as a nice place to go and do some marathon training for get away from the freezing cold of Christchurch. And a mate of mine has sort of taken up marathon running, and he intends to do Queenstown. So Matteo, mate, if you're happy to be watching this or watch it back a bit later, good morning, mate, good on ya. And yeah, let's catch up when I get back, and we'll go and smash a few beers and have a bit of a curry night and a comedy night. And yeah, let's see how we go. So that's Japan Transocean Air, JTA. That's another one in. The Japan Airlines A350-900 359s. They do have the A350-1000, best airliner in service, in my humble opinion. Japan Airlines, but they use them exclusively on international routes, and I believe they use them across to the likes of JFK. And so on. It's a very lucrative market. The Japan to east coast of the United States, across the big metro from Tokyo to New York. That's one massive city to another. See if we can swing around and actually pick you up. A little bit further away. Let's wait until you come into view. Oh, for some reason I lost it. There we go. So yeah. Well, we've got another bit of a rain shower coming through. Well, it's going to be good, because that's going to mean splishy. So we might get some interesting action. If you watch that very first, if you saw the clips for the trailer for this show, you would have seen a bit of splishy. 777 doing a bit of a runway drying job, and then the fighter jet finishing it off by sort of jet blasting with the afterburners. What a beautiful aircraft. it's right up there in terms of standard liveries. With my very favourite standard livery is Aviation. The candy apple red Virgin is just bees knees. If you're a member, then we've got some emojis for you, and they should have most of the tails for the various airlines that we get here in Okinawa. I swapped them out for the Air New Zealand, for the New Zealand ones. They only allow you so many, and so you can't sort of have an infinite variety. I think I still left the props in. The other thing I left in was maybe the peanut butter emoji. Yeah, which is sort of my version of a super smooth landing. So the other day, the A350 coming into Christchurch on Mike's NZ1 Aviation stream just absolutely buttered it. It's the best A380 landing I think I've ever seen. And I've watched a lot of A380 landings, let me tell you. And there was not a whiff of smoke. Not a whiff. And it was a dry runway. It was after the fog as well. It was the fog clearer. So once the A380 came in, the fog just went away. Up to that point there was go-arounds and go-arounds and go-arounds. I don't want to shill my extreme too much, but that stream with the fog, you didn't see a lot of aircraft because it was just a white screen there for quite a long time. But people really enjoyed the chat. They were getting in there, and that's the sort of atmosphere I'd really like to encourage. Is just chat amongst yourselves, introduce yourselves. I know most of you. Some of you I'm related to by marriage, of course. I've met a fair few of you, and I appreciate you coming along and spending your what's left of the morning. I guess in New Zealand it can't be far from lunchtime. And here's the next arrival. I think I chose the right lens to put on. It's mostly the arrivals. I can see somebody down on the departure runway. 18 left. There we go, on 18 right. And the size difference between the 350 and the little baby. Nice. Yeah, quite a stubby wee thing, aren't we? The next size down from this is the regional jets, which you see in Osaka quite a bit. CRJs, as they're commonly referred to. Oh, I think this might be a military. Looks like a military to me. There you go. Maritime Patrol. So that's yet another military. So we've had a C-17 and that Maritime Patrol aircraft. Haven't seen any fighters. Doesn't mean they haven't been out. I got a good night's sleep. And yeah, it was nice to get a good night's sleep after yesterday's stream into the evening. Started out and burning hot sun straight into us, which is why I've sort of pushed tonight's stream, and we are back on this evening. Panda-chan, ohayo gozaimasu, ohayo gozaimasu, Panda-chan. Ooh, where have I gone? Where have I gone? I missed you. I missed you out. Yeah. Apologies. Took a quick look at the chat and missed job number one. Of course, job number one is focus on the aircraft, Suki. Focus on the aircraft. Panda-chan ohayo gozaimasu. Yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Yeah. Yeah, he certainly battled it for a while, did Mike. But yeah, what makes it is you get a core group of people who will just sit there and chat amongst themselves. Not necessarily about aviation. It can be about this and that, and cats, and the family pets and what have you. So let's take a quick look at Peach. There you go, Telly. You got the right logo. Good on you. Yeah, not hard to pick it out. Now I know you said do some props. Well, I've got some props. I've actually got a turbofan, high bypass turbofan sort of emoji somewhere. I think it's on my machine back in Christchurch. And yeah, I will probably introduce it at some stage. And that high bypass turbofan engine, of course, is for the Neos. So not just the 320 Neos, but we've got the 330 Neo, which I've yet to fly on. Really, really nice. The likes of Starlux, which we saw in Fukuoka. Really, really nice. There you go, Panda-chan. Onaji desu ne. Peach no tail logo de gozaimasu. Robbie Batista, good morning, good greeting time wherever you happen to be. And it's actually gone afternoon in New Zealand. Whoops, we missed a Skymark. So here we go, Skymark. Not getting much luck on Skymark today. We missed his landing earlier. No. And then we missed Eva. Oh dear, it's all happening. So there you go. That's Eva Air, and that'll have come in from Taipei. It's an airline that I have not flown on. I'm keen. So there are a few that operate out of Taiwan. Eva Air, Starlux. Starlux really appeals to me. They run across to the United States as well. Not that I'm keen to go to the United States, but hashtag political reasons. Yeah, Eva Air, there you go. Lovely aircraft. Yeah, really good to see you, Robbie. I know you've popped in a few times when there's been not a lot going on and we've sort of been suffering through technical issues. What's the term? Technical difficulties. Well, we're not suffering from technical difficulties today. we have in fact switched it off and back on again, and it is in fact working, I believe, 100%. So it's all down to the operator error now, so you can see how clumsy I am. We're getting a bit of a rain front, which sort of looks like it's lining us up, coming in from over Kiriyama Shoto, the Kiriyama Islands, across the strait there. So if I pull back a little bit, you'll be able to see this just... I mean, we used to be able to see the islands out there, and they are still there, but they're hidden behind this big wall of grey. And as I explained earlier, with the weather here in Okinawa, it being an island, you get rain showers just come through and you're soaked and then you're drying out. So you're soaked for about 4 or 5 minutes and then you're drying out for like about half an hour or so. So go around and pick up Peach, crossing the taxi, crossing the other runway back here. Here we go. So has to cross 18 left to get to the terminal. And I missed another arrival. A air commuter probably, I'm going to say. And that's almost certainly coming from Kumejima. Almost certainly coming from Kumejima. Notice a lot of the these smaller aircraft don't appear on flight radar, and it's not down to ADSB. It's just that don't switch things on until they get really, really close. I have no idea why it is, but it's one thing I've noticed here in Japan, particularly around Osaka, Itami. The jets are fine, but these small commuter aircraft, they just don't seem to bother too much. Anyway. Hankachi-san. Now the massive rain dump out there seems to have cleared itself, so perhaps we're not going to get dumped on here in Naha, which is a good thing. Good thing as far as the equipment's concerned, even though we're nicely sort of tucked away here under the balcony, so we don't sort of have to worry too much about the equipment. It wouldn't be like the mad scramble you get at the mound. Where have I gone? One job, mate, one job. You certainly start appreciating just how skillful people like Kurt and James from OPN Kurt from Sid Squad, of course, and James from OPM are in managing to juggle things and operate and keep up the chat at the same time, keep up with the patter. It's a skill I have to learn, so I have to learn the camera skills first, obviously. But I've only been going a few months now. I've built up a reasonably good base, but a lot of that is just the videos. So we haven't really gotten that many people obviously doing live streams yet. That's down to the quality of the production, and I appreciate that you're bearing with me while we're struggling through these early days. And we'll look back on these sometime in the future, and we'll laugh at just how rough they were and how last minute thrown together things were. Robbie, doing pretty well, mate. Beautiful day here in Naha, and I'm nicely sheltered here on the 12th floor of the Airport View Hotel. So if you're wanting to come to Naha to do a bit of plane spotting, she's definitely recommended. And I think I've put Captain Flying Honu, who's a mate of mine here in a streaming mate of mine here in Japan, and I've put him on to coming and staying here, because he usually stays a little bit further into town, but this hotel was definitely worth it. The suite was reasonably expensive, I'm going to say, but I consider it money well spent, unfortunately. Here we go, C3PO. Remember to press record and shut up. That's a little tiger. Yeah, so we'll pick the C3PO back up. He gets around the corner. Looks like a Rakuten sort of livery. Not too quite sure. Yeah, Telly. Look for it to be a member's first video a little bit later. Rocking the 4K. Of course, this stream should be absolutely 4K for you. Watch it on as big a screen as you like, biggest screen as you can manage. Watch it back later on as big a screen as you can possibly get. Yeah, should look pretty nice. Oh, look at that. Look at that cheeky monkey on there. Hey? Isn't that a great logo? What a great livery. So 2 cool liveries in a row, eh? That's not bad. That's pretty special. Now you come to Japan for the liveries, don't you? Right. And here we go. More C3PO action for you. Cruising across. So of course he has to cross. Left in order to get to the terminal. I don't see anybody lining up that's going to stop him from getting there in a hurry. So we should be all good. Pantan so desu na. So yeah, Telly Two Sheep. I do hear that you're going through a little bit, so yeah, we'll dedicate the Star Wars arrival to you. Hope it brightens your day a little bit, mate, and hope things go your way in the not too distant future. So we're turning in to go into the domestic terminal, and we'll lose him very, very soon. Just see the top of the tail there. Well, wasn't that good? Yeah, Telly, yeah. Returned and amplified, mate. Returned and amplified. Where are you? Right over here. One job to do, that's to focus the thing. There we go, Skymark. We're finally getting a Skymark landing. We've missed a landing, we've missed a takeoff. We've got a bit of the end of one. So there you go, Skymark. Great airline. Love their philosophy and the way in which they do their promotions to sort of upsell
priority service. What you do is you book your seat, you pay for your ordinary seat, okay, and you can do that, you know, a couple of months in advance and get a really cheap deal. And then on the day, what you do is you rock up to the counter and you say, I'd like a forward seat, please. And they say, let's see if we got any available. And then they go, yep, here you go. That'll be 1,000 yen, please. Now, 1,000 yen is about $12. And for $12, you get priority boarding, you get priority baggage, you get a gift, you get the forward seat, which is in the name, okay? So you're getting 1A through to about, I guess, about 4K or so. So you're right at the front of the aircraft. And so if you've got a connection to make, it's just a no-brainer. You get time on the aircraft, you get forward of the engines. If you're not keen on taking too many videos of aircraft wing operations, it's just a no-brainer. It's so many other airlines could just do one class and then just offer this forward seat offer and be breaking down the doors. I always use it, and I believe Captain Flying Hono always does as well. Yep, Panda-chan, yep, you got the absolute right logo there. That's Skymark. I think we might have to come up with a Star Wars emoji at some stage to celebrate the fact that we've actually been able to capture Star Wars. And here's Solar Seed. Lovely to see Solar Seed. Solar Seed here. Another of the LCCs. I think they're in another one that's in the ANA stable. ANA have their financial fingers on a lot of the low-cost carriers in Japan, including Skymark, who we just saw. And one of the deals a few years ago enabled ANA to take delivery of their third A380, because originally it was scheduled to go into service with Skymark. They were going to use it on the domestic route to fly here and there. But they got into financial difficulties, as you do when you run an airline, and the financial crisis hits, and one or two other things. And so they ended up unrequired the A380, and it's now the orange A380, which runs from Narita across to Honolulu. And at some point, I would really love to have a ride on one of those. It's a pity it's going to the United States, just saying. The occupied Kingdom of Hawaii. So that's enough politics, Seki. Put down that, get off that soapbox and concentrate on planes. But yeah, I'd really like to go across and have a flight. Even go on board and have a look at the suites. And we have a rather well-known friend who's flown on across to Hawaii a few times, and he's actually sponsored by ANA. I won't say much more, but he does enjoy the perks of being a celebrity. Right, well, great to see everybody in the chat. Don't forget to hit the like button if you can manage to do that. Even the lurkers, if you're lurking out there, do hit the like button. It helps us out a lot. Oops, missed the tracking there. Oh, my shirt's decided it's going to flip back over the balcony. My shirt that's got the QR code, I actually hang it off of the 12th floor balcony. So, bright orange thing. And I've had a number of people actually recognise that it's a QR code, including the guy at the rental car company yesterday. Was it yesterday? It's all a bit of a blur. Maybe yesterday, day before. Yeah, there we go. When we came in from Miyako, I was at the rental car company, and he saw my shirt with the logo on it, with the QR code on it, and asked what it was, and I said, oh, it's my YouTube channel, and so he became a subscriber. So yeah, another subscriber. So he was English staff at Budget/Avis here in Naha, and mate, really good service. Thanks very much. I do wish we could shut the car up when it says pay attention to the speed limit or something. It's really nasally American voice, not particularly attractive at all. You know, like a nagging wife, and you really, really don't really need another one of those in your life. End comment. It's an interesting livery. It is an interesting livery. Yeah, any word on this livery? It's certainly very attractive. Yeah, so it's a really, really lovely livery. Varies from the standard stripe that they usually put down the side of Ana. Got nice flowing sort of a jet stream across the top of the wing there. Looks very attractive. Very, very attractive. Way to dress up an older aircraft and make it look like something, you know, a little bit more attractive to people. Yeah, that's one thing that doing these liveries does is it sort of extends the life of the aircraft by sort of making them a little bit more popular than they perhaps otherwise would be. Because who wants to spend their life on a 737-800? Yeah, not particularly attractive. The newer ones, the Neos, the Max, yep, nothing wrong with them. In fact, really, really like to get on that Fiji and get up to Fiji from Christchurch. Be really nice to see what goes on up there. Don't know that there's a lot of traffic, but it'd be really interesting to see. Don't know, we may be challenged with bandwidth in Fiji, but you never know. I mean, they've got fibre optic cable, so they may have decent connection. If anybody's been to Fiji and can shed some light on the telecom connections up there, one suggestion has been made to try Starlink. Don't see why not. It seems to be relatively cheap to get it. Now, see this at this angle, that looks like a Q300, but it's actually a Q400. It's just the angle that we're at that shortens the fuselage and makes it look like it's a Q300 that we get in New Zealand. Or am I completely wrong? Is that a Coast Guard? Can someone help me out there? Maybe a Q300. What is it? Okay, it's not on flight radar, so it might be a Coast Guard. Yeah, it will be a Coast Guard. So it may be a Q300. Yay! We've got it right. So, yeah, to say that Japan does not have any Q300s is completely wrong, because, of course, the Coast Guard do. The Coast Guard use them for patrol. Now, I'm just going to duck inside and grab me a drink, and I'll be back in 5 ticks. Talk about ourselves. Right, back with a bit of a drink. Actually really pleasant spotting conditions here at the moment. Nicely shaded. It's not too warm. I've got a drink in hand. I've got an air-conditioned room that the laptop's in, so there's no overheating issues. Of course, we've got Wi-Fi up the wazoo, and yeah, plenty of bandwidth to do the stream. But you in glorious 4K, which is the name of the game. I don't really want to compromise it by knocking it back to 1080. I've done one or two little experiments knocking it back to 1080. But I really just want to stick to 4K Aircraft Live. It's all in the name. If you had, plenty of people do 1080p. It's Mr. Jetstar. Translation here. Yeah, so sort of the rain has sort of disappeared. It was looking a bit threatening there for a while back, but now it's yeah, it's beautiful and fine again. We've got the lagoon in front of us filling up, so we've got a lot of inflow to the lagoon. Let me spin you around a little bit. I can see there. So here's the lagoon, and if I go across here, this is the inflow to the lagoon, and you can see it's definitely on the way in. And yeah, it fills it up at low tide. It's a bit of a marshy swamp, and down here is the lone mangrove, sort of away from all his mates, kicked out of the group. Must have said something slightly dodgy in the political parlance in mangrove language. Focus, there we go. So that's the lagoon, filling up nicely, and turning the place into something quite attractive. So yeah, we've got oh, looks like a solar seed. So I'll go back to flight radar, and yep, there's solar seed, and he's coming in from Kobe. Kobe is in fact in the Osaka area, Kansai area. Kansai is served by 3 major airports. Kobe is the smallest of them. Home to a bit of a hub for Skymark. In fact, it's our way of getting to Nagasaki, where our relatives are. And we have to go from here to Kobe and then back to Nagasaki. So we fly halfway up the country in order to come back down sort of 2/3 of the country again. So it's just madness. Before COVID, there used to be a direct service. It wasn't every day of the week, but there used to be a direct service from here in Naha, Okinawa, to Nagasaki. It was a Nana service, and they haven't restored it. So yeah, there's definitely a gap in the market. I know I would be keen. Other than that, it gives us a reason to fly on Skymark, which we actually quite like. Speaking of Skymark, their 501 from Fukuoka is due in next. So there you go, sold the seed. And then we're going to get Skymark in from Fukuoka. So that Japan Transocean Air that we saw earlier, that was in from Miyakojima. Miyakojima is a really, really nice place to go. There was a toss-up between Ishigaki this year and Miyako. We almost did all 3. Ishigaki, Miyako, and Okinawa Honto. So sort of Okinawa Honto is sort of like Okinawa proper, or Okinawa mainland. In fact, I got the distinct impression that Ishigaki doesn't really like, that people of Ishigaki don't really like being referred to as Okinawa people. They're more like, they're a little bit more independent. They like to think of themselves as the Yayama people. It's the Yayama Islands, which include the Senkakus, which are in dispute with China and Taiwan, and I think even South Korea may have some dibs on it as well, but we saw signs everywhere that said Senkaku's inherently part of Japan, wherever we saw it, and and all the tourist spots where all the Koreans and Chinese and anybody who will take photos, they will see that message and take it home. What we got? Got Transocean 600 from Ishigaki, where we were earlier, and he's next in, and it's another 737. Yeah, good one, Pandatan. Yep, that's exactly the right aircraft. Skymark. And if you probably can't see very well, but on the wings of Skymark Boeing 737-800s, they have a heart. Yeah, so if you look out at the wings on a Skymark, you know which airline you're with, because you can see a love heart on the winglet. So here we go, and from Ishigaki. Ishigaki's a lot slower pace than Okinawa Honto, and of course Ishigaki sort of regarded as part of Okinawa, but as I was saying, they like to think of themselves as the Yayama people, the Yayama Shoto. So yeah. Just noticing my shirt flapping around in the breeze. Not the shirt that I have on, but the shirt that I advertise the channel with. It's the one with the white background, the one that they screwed up when they were doing the screen printing for me. That was the first one out the door, and that was the most expensive one, because that's the one with the collar on it. I probably should have checked that they were going to actually take the white out of the QR code, but they didn't, so they printed it, so it's got this big white QR code, which is okay, I guess, but it makes it very noticeable. But I have got a t-shirt which does have the background removed. At some stage we might turn that into a piece of merch, not just yet. It might come with the words from Mrs. Seki when we first got to 1,000 subscribers. She said, "So you're a YouTuber now." And I sort of went, yeah, I love that phrase. That's great. So we're going to maybe at some stage turn that into a piece of merch as well. We're a long way off doing merch, once we get our live shows properly embedded and in place. I'm thinking maybe, hopefully we get them sort of nailed by September, because we're coming back to Japan in September. I'm going to Perfume concert at Tokyo Dome, 2 concerts in Tokyo Dome. The second of which in 2020 was cancelled right at the last minute. Everybody was lined up ready to go into the concert, and they cancelled it because of COVID. So this year is sort of paid at, the girls from Perfume are sort of paying us back for being so understanding about that time. So it's 5 years later, 5 years and a half later, even more than 5.5 years, we will finally get our opportunity to go and see them in Tokyo Dome again. And when I go there, I'm going a couple of days earlier, of course, as you do, and I'm hoping to get out. I was originally going to do Haneda, but Tim from Sid Squad beat me to it, so I'm probably not going to do Haneda this time, unless I sort of manage to do things really well. I will go and do a stream from Narita. I'm thinking get out to Narita and be able to see some really interesting aircraft out there, including the Flying Honos, which are the beautiful A380s, which have got the turtle livery on them. Right, yeah, there we go, Japan Airlines. Actually, I think that might be Japan Transocean Air. Here it is, which is, of course, part of Japan Airlines group, but they sort of run it as a slightly separate company, different asset pool and all the rest of it. Let me see what I can see down the end of this runway. Waiting for a takeoff. Japan Airlines. There we go. So, I'm not exactly sure. I'm doing some checks, getting a few clearances in place, and all the rest of it. You know, dotting the I's, crossing the T's. Yeah. Yep, sort of making a bit of a move now. So, yeah, if you're lurking in the background, don't forget to chuck us a like, go on. Really easy to do, and it helps us out, gets us out to, gets the mighty YouTube algorithm to notice us a bit, and yeah, if you can just spread the word a bit, we'll grow this small but perfectly formed little channel into something a little bit larger, and maybe we try and keep the community feel. Some of the bigger channels, you can sort of get lost in the conversations a bit. And I know big channels get going and they have to throw slow mode on, it really stifles the commentary a bit. And we hope that we don't have to do that or get to that stage. Translation, yeah. And he disappears behind the structural integrity pole and column that's keeping me up here on the 12th floor of the Airport View Hotel in Maha. And it's in the name, Airport View. I didn't have high hopes, but I have to say, pleasantly surprised when I opened the door and I had a look outside and I saw the view. I went, right, this has got possibilities, mate. And then I checked the Wi-Fi speeds and I went, right, this has definitely got possibilities. It's getting bandwidth. It's not as fast as home, but certainly was pretty generous. So there's Hana. It's a bit spam Hana emoji if you're feeling so inclined. Another baby Hana. Takeoff. That was the Japan. Coming down. Here we go. Ah. The Skymark. There we go. Skymark back to Japan. So Japan must be holding down there for some reason. Structural integrity column. Cha-ching. Another payment for the code word. On its way to Kurt Arms from Sid Squad. Yeah, so as I was saying earlier, I was thinking of doing Haneda, but Tim from Sid Squad beat me to it. He went on a bit of a tour to Seoul and then met up with family in Tokyo and was doing a jet stream from Haneda. And so he beat me to it, which is fair enough. I don't like losing out to somebody as nice as Tim. Lovely man. And a lovely family as well. Although I hear jets being banned from streams now. Saying naughty words or acting up a bit, but yeah. E-Star. So that's another one for our bingo card, E-Star Jet. So throw that one on your bingo card. Eyes down and away. And we'll throw another stop of ND filter because it's getting really reflective now. And we've got another ANA takeoff. I don't know what's happened to our mate Japan Airlines down there. I can't see him go out, so we'll go back and see if we can spot him shortly. So here's E-Star. We'll just get him there so that you can take your screen grab of E-Star Jet. There you go. Very nice red on that. Carolyn, wonderful to see you. Love heart to you. And yeah, hugs and all the good thoughts to you. Wonderful to see you. Thank you very much for taking time out of your very busy schedule to join us here in Okinawa. Here we have Skymark popping in. Nothing too special about Skymark, so we'll find something a little bit more appropriate to welcome Carolyn with. It's not quite special enough for Carolyn. But, wonderful to see you. And there's E-Star. We had the Yamato jet earlier. So yeah, we go around to Skymark. Okay, so we got a commuter Q400. And that will almost certainly be on its way to somewhere like Kumejima. They don't really run them all the way down to Miyako. They usually just use them for the outer islands. Stay nice and low. Thank you, mate. Thank you so much. That's good. That's very kind of you. And behind the structural integrity column, which is keeping us up on the 12th floor here. And so, don't know if you've seen much of what's going on, Carolyn, but here's Peach, which is Momo in Japanese. So if you see the flight designation, you may see it as written as M something or other, and that means Momo in Japanese. What's going on there? There we go. Touchdown, Peach. So the suite that we have here is nice. It's gonna say if we had, we've got 2 single beds. If we turned it into a double, we'd probably have a little bit more room in the room, and it would almost be big enough to live in for a couple of months, a year. We wouldn't want to live much longer than that, but yeah, I could quite happily own an apartment with this sort of view here in Okinawa, and I would quite happily stream every single day for you. We've got something much larger on the horizon. 773. So Boeing 77300 ER. Then from Haneda, of course. You have to have a big population centre in order to use 777-300s. And Tokyo certainly has that in spades. So there you go, a 777-300 being used on domestic route. And I've actually flown on 747s domestically here in Japan back in the day. Flew on a Japan Airlines from Sapporo back to Tokyo. And yeah, it was really, really nice. Butter. Yeah, so if you find the peanut butter emoji, that's the jar of super smooth peanut butter, sort of a bluish icon in your members' icons, emojis. Yeah, chuck it in. So that's the biggest aircraft that lands here at Okinawa. Haneda to Okinawa service. Diana. And let's see. Ooh, okay, so we've got our first helicopter of the day. Where are you? Come on, find you. Hey, found you, buddy. It's not a 4K aircraft live show without a helicopter or two. And there you go. Suddenly took off and I lost you. Oh, he's gone. And we'll go back to looking at the magnificent airliner 777-300. Beautiful. So maybe that 777-300's good enough and rare enough of a beast. Don't get too many 777-300s, so we'll dedicate that one to Carolyn. So Carolyn, hope life's going a little better for you. As there are people in the chat sort of going through a bit, and we recognise that and we feel for them. Got a bit of a line-up back there. Maybe they're waiting for a gate. Skymark, Peach, and my guess is this 777-300 might end up joining that group. Let me show you what I mean. There's a bit of manoeuvring going on down there. So there's Peach. There's Skymark. And then waiting right down there to cross that runway, which is 18 left. 1/8 left. Do we have another gel? Transoceanier. As we see the tail of the mighty 300 disappear in the corner. And the control tower. There we go. Transoceanier. See what we've got going on. So, another look, see what we've got. Next we've got Skymark 513 coming in from Haneda. It's a long way on a narrow body, and then we've got Miyako service, which is another 738. So 738 seem to be everywhere. We've got a rapid movement across the airfield. It looks like a helicopter, but unfortunately it's going too fast and it's too small and it's too far away, so all the twos are making it pretty much impossible to pick up and show you what's going on. Okay. So he's getting privileges, so he's getting to go across. Oh no, he's holding. Slowing down at least. Right. Let's see if I can pick up what's going on. It's very low. Must be a helicopter. Look at that profile. Yeah, it is. There we go. Helicopter. Stay focused, stay focused, stay focused. Helicopter. And just above that is an incoming flight. So zoom up and look around a little bit. And we've got another Skymark coming in. Lovely to see. Lovely. Super smooth. And this is my favourite low-cost carrier. The pricing model is just the best. As I think I've explained a couple of times already. You pay for your seat, you rock up on the day and you say, I'd like a forward seat please, and then you fork over a little bit of money and they give you priority boarding, priority baggage, a snack, and you get to sit at the front of the plane. What's wrong with that? What's we ran out of room. Mr. Butterfingers does it again. Sorry about that, folks. So we've got airliners up to our zoo down there. So there we go. People waiting to go in, people waiting to go out. Have we got a ferry shot for you? Yes, here's a ferry shot. There we go. There you go, Kevin. From Wellington Flights Live. Working ferry service. That little guy goes across to Kiriyama Shoto, Tokashiki. Yeah, they do Zamami in those. They usually use, I usually take the fast ferry. It's a little bit more expensive, but it only takes half the time to get there. And when you're on holiday sometimes, getting to the attraction is, you want to get there and spend as much time at the place. And over in Tokashiki, it's a place called Arahin Beach, one of the top beaches in Japan, and it's very nice. There's another one on an island called Iejima, which I've been to a few beaches in Japan, and for a public beach, it's the best. The best beach in Japan. I'm going to say it now. They have free showers there. They have a nice little food court with a shaded picnic sort of area, and they have a patrolled beach, and the beach is white sand, and it's super fine, and it's beautiful. It is a beautiful, beautiful beach. Just on that. Structural integrity pearl. So yes, Iejima, small island. They still have an airstrip there, left over from when the Americans controlled Okinawa. They only actually handed back control of Okinawa in the early 70s, I believe. So until then, you needed a passport or some sort of pass in order to be able to go from Okinawa to the main part of Japan, just as part of the Americans controlling things. And it's led to a lot of resentment. People in Okinawa live a long time, and they have long memories. And my shirt's flapping around. I might get another clip and clip it down. But here we go. An old 767 by the looks of things. Get that one down. Get you down, and then I'll get up and get Eva here for you. Focus. And he'll be off to Taipei in Taiwan, which is not a long way away. Last year, I was here in Okinawa, and Perfume were performing in Taipei as part of a concert sort of tour that they were doing, and so I took the opportunity to go to Taipei, and I can thoroughly recommend Taiwan. It's a cheapish place to visit. Our accommodation was at the Amber Hotel right in the middle of town, and yeah, it's really nice and not very expensive, and they were sort of eco-friendly, I guess, as a lot of these hotels are sort of trying to be a bit eco-friendly these days. Yeah, can thoroughly recommend it. And to get from the airport into the middle of town costs about $5. And that was on a train. Took the best part of an hour. Really nice. And, food was really good. Seriously. See you later. Yeah, mate, waving goodbye with the old rev of the old motorcycle engine there. Good on ya. We had the local biker gang, I think probably Elise's mates from Sid Squad. Elise and the bikers. Last night, going up and down this highway, making their presence felt. Very much car culture here in Okinawa, because there aren't that many trains, and as part of not having a railway system, the Japan government actually subsidises the cost of fuel here, so it's actually cheaper here to own and run a car than it is in the rest of the country. So if you want yet another reason to come to Okinawa, I think I filled up my tank in Ishigaki the other day, and it cost like $30. Seriously, $30. I've got an EV back home, on EV and a little petrol, which is anybody want to buy a Mercedes A160? Yep, I've got one for sale when I get back home. Nothing wrong with it now. I spent a bunch of money to fix it up. But while it was being fixed up, I bought a BMW EV, and I love that little car. It's just big enough to get my gear in and get out to the airport and chuck a string together for you. So I get out to the Aero Club and see Jocelyn and I think it's Alice. The other lady there who does Tuesdays and Thursdays, and Jocelyn's sort of in line to have a bit of an operation on her knee, and yeah, so they got Alison to sort of cover for her while she was sort of doing that, so put her on to just a couple of days a week, Jocelyn, and yeah, famous for the pies and the sausage rolls, and I can thoroughly recommend the sausage rolls at the Aero Club. Unlike Mike, I like mine warm. Mike, loves his sort of tepid to cool. And I hear that Hong Kong Express, there we go, in from Hong Kong obviously. So there we go. Another one for your bingo card. We hadn't seen Hong Kong Express in a while. G'day, Kev. Good to see you, mate. Must be lunchtime in Wellington, is it? Welcome to Okinawa, mate. Here's some dedication to you, Kev. A350-900, and you know it's one of my favourite aircraft, and you're one of my favourite people, mate. Thanks very much for turning up to what's been a difficult bit of a process to get the streams together, but there we go. Behind the structural integrity column. Kurt, the check's in the mail. So there you go, dedication to you, Kevin. Wellington Flights Live. Wellington Flights Live is, of course, the premier channel in New Zealand, certainly, and one of the friendliest guys you'll ever meet in your life. Robbie, right at the moment, okay, it's before Obon. Obon is a sort of a holiday season in Japan, and people get time off, and Obon is really busy, and that's in August. Now we've come a little bit early this year. We will be going through to the first week of August, but Obon starts around about the 17th or 18th. The 14th or 15th of August. See if I can catch up with this aircraft. We saw this one come in earlier. This is Anna with the distinctive paint job. We couldn't really find the livery for it, but there you go. Beautiful, isn't it? 737 with a slightly up-spec paint job on it. Isn't that beautiful? Beautiful livery. You know, I could live with Anna's standard livery being something along those lines. Sort of zoop it up a bit. Anna with the standard, you know, we can't all be Singapore Airlines and have our standard livery forever. But yeah, there you go. Thank you, Chiho-chan. Yeah, 13th to the 16th is Obon, and it will be crazy here in Obon. We've been here in Obon. Here we go. Okay, well, I was going to dedicate something to Kevin. I thought it was going to be that 350-900, but let's make it this one. Kev, here's a C3PO for you. Star Wars. Just advise Mrs. Seki that Star Wars is on the way out. I'm sort of gesturing to her and failing to cover the plane. There you go. There you go. It's not Wellington Flights Live standard, but you know, that's about as good as we can do with the limited camera skills that I've been developing. Yeah, Star Wars in the house. So we got the incoming and we got the outgoing. Sort of made a bit of a mess of the outgoing. Sort of wanted Mrs. Seki to not miss that one. So we were sort of pointing, gesturing towards it, and then sort of messed up the camera a bit. And what do we got across the water? Across the water here. There's some 88. There's a 789. Yeah. So it is now Pandatan. Yeah, it is. Really interesting. So what have we got coming in? We've got solar seed coming in from Miyazaki. Then we've got an all Nippon from Nagoya. And then we've got another gel in from Haneda, all coming up on 4K Aircraft Live. So we've got all sorts of interesting movements going on. I'll try and get this one in focus for you in a moment. So this is solar seed coming in from Miyazaki. Miyazaki is actually really hard to get to in Kyushu. I drove there last year, and yeah, it takes a good wee while to get from Kagoshima around there, and then you go up to Oita. But yeah, Miyazaki, it's sort of tucked away, out of the way. A little bit like Tottori over on the west coast of Japan. If you didn't know, Japan actually has sand dunes. A little bit like Arabia, on a much smaller scale. And yeah, very, very nice. Tottori over on the west coast of Honshu. There's a tiger. Rakuten tiger, is it? He's out of here. Oh, he's really climbing it. Really climbing it. Really steep. Oh. Yeah, still got you. Still got you. The camera won't focus, but I've still got you. There you go. So there's a tiger by the tail. Right there. So, I'll give you solar seeds so that you can actually have something to focus on while I do a little bit of flipping around to get back to your chat. G'day Glenn, good to see you. First time joining us, perhaps. Welcome in. We are in Okinawa, Naha to be precise, and we're here at Naha, what really has to be classed as international airport. You might notice a lot of loudspeakers going off. It's election season here in Japan, and this is how the candidates announce themselves. No, nobody's going to vote for you. Sorry. Take your message somewhere else. Thanks very much for playing. looks like an old 767. They do run a lot of older 767s and 777-200s, which Air New Zealand got rid of out of its fleet quite a while ago now, in anticipation they were going to switch to the 787s almost exclusively for their long haul. But they've been forced to, with Boeing delays and what have you, they've been forced to sort of lease 777-300s off of Cathay and all sorts of things going on. Running an airline cannot be easy. So there you go. And how is San Antonio going, mate? Not quite sure of the geography of San Antonio. Is it far from the likes of Starbase? And Elon Musk's new city that he's built down there, basically, specifically to house the workforce for the Starship launch. And of course, they haven't had the greatest last few months or so. They had one not quite go to plan, unscheduled rapid disassembly, and then they had one blow up on the launch pad there. During testing, of course, not for a flight. But, yeah, here we go. Another beautiful Japan Airlines. So elegant, really, really nice. Love to see it. Love to see it. Yanana and Japan Airlines crossing. So there's a twofer. Something that you don't get to see in Christchurch, that's for sure. No missing that announcement here, mate. We'll flower bomb them. Yeah, that'll be interesting. That'll be a political manoeuvre. And where are we? Try and line you up. Yeah, beautiful. A350-900, magnificent aircraft. Only beaten by its bigger brother, the 1000, best airline in service in my humble opinion. Let me just jump back onto flight radar. Looks like we're having Jin Air in from Busan, which is in the south of South Korea, and yeah, yet another low-cost carrier from Korea, and they have got an awful lot of them. Then we've got Thai Lion Air. I am not kidding, and that is coming in from Kaohsiung, and yeah, Mrs. Seki would be able to sort me out on the Chinese pronunciation, but yeah, so I might ask her a bit later on that. So this is Jin Air in from Busan in South Korea. And Busan is a hop, skip and a jump from the island of Jeju, and of course there's Jeju Air, and Jeju is sort of like South Korea's Okinawa. It's off the coast, very popular getaway from Seoul, and which makes it the most popular domestic service in the world. That route from Seoul down to Jeju. Yes, I can just see him. So let me get Jin here for you, so that you can put that one in your, you can do your screenshots and put Jin here in your list. So the guys at Airlines Live, the largest streaming channel in the world, 1.5 million and growing. Those guys have done an app called Fleet Log, where you can go in there. It's a paid app, and it lets you log the airlines and deliveries and the all the flight details of things that you've seen, and put them into a bit of an online thing, and they've sort of got challenges and all sorts of things. They're trying to sort of make it into something a bit gamey at some point. I don't know that it's quite ready for prime time. I tried to use it and I found it was missing a few liveries. There's a place to report the liveries that you see, but yeah, I couldn't actually find a couple that I tried to put in. It's a bit average, really. So, but it's early days. I get that they've made it for the UK and Europe, but Asia is definitely a pretty major sort of a part of the world, and they've got an awful lot of liveries, especially here in Japan. And there's Thai Lion. That is a first for me. I have never seen them before. So that's one for the Seki scrapbook. Thai Lion Airways from Kaohsiung. Here's your screenshot. Thai Lion. It's probably the first any of us have seen one. Certainly the first time I've ever seen one. Let's pause that and we'll get this next landing. Anna. we've got a takeoff of the solar seed going on, so if we get the landing, we might get the climb. Lovely. Okay. We'll get up here and get the climb of this. Can we get him? Oh, man. Oh, you finally got, yeah. There you go, solar seed. Yeah, probably not worth going after him in the end. Sorry about that. But, this is the soccer pitch, or foosball, or whatever you call it, and it's on the 3rd story on the roof of a building just over here. And if you're joining us on the night stream this evening, that gets lit up with some floodlights, and we can watch the guys in between arrivals, sort of knocking the ball around and having a good time. I might shut up for a moment and just grab a bit of a drink. Get it, Mike. G'day, Black Duck. Good to see you guys. Probably let you know now that I intend having this, having an evening stream. Now, yesterday we sort of started off and the sun was just intense. This morning stream that we're in now, the sun's from behind us, but in the afternoon she's sort of straight into us, and when I started yesterday it was really intense. Like you had to wear sunglasses in order to be able to protect your eyes. Then you couldn't see the monitors, so it was just absolute pandemonium trying to actually do any spotting for you guys yesterday to start with. But after about an hour, the sun had just set enough that the monitors started coming into their own, and we could actually make out the aircraft quite a bit better. And yeah, so rather than do one really long stream into the afternoon, what I'm going to do is go out with Mrs. Seki for a bit of a drive around and go and catch up with a few mates that we've met here in Okinawa, and refamiliarise ourselves, reacquaint ourselves with the locals, and go and visit our favourite shops, because we were here last year for 6 weeks and really enjoyed it. It's a really nice place to come on holiday, and Japan is cheap at the moment. You know, I think my exchange rate was 88 or something like that the other day. Nothing wrong with 88. There's Peach. Good thing that we were tracking that solar seed down there. I managed to catch the Peach. Let's go back to tracking and see if we can't find another one. There we are, silver seed. How are you feeling, Let's Camp? You doing okay, mate? Are you sort of on your feet or sort of on sort of light duties or what have you? And we're going to line up down here for a takeoff. So I'm going to do this in the opposite order. So we'll get this takeoff. And then we'll go across to the and get the landing. Yeah, Black Duck, mate. She's really, really nice. Really nice day. Don't know if your emoji's still available. I'll have a look on emojis. I just get the okay. Yeah. Because I'm not me, I'm some other guy. Chat. Okay, come on. Can you do this twofer? Can I do this twofer? And take off. Couldn't quite get the landing and the takeoff in the same shot. That was my aim, and I'm sticking to it. Yeah, so I was aiming to get both the landing and the takeoff in the same shot, but ultimately failed. I'm willing to sort of take a few risks here and there. Transocean. Good on you, mate. Yeah, good to hear. Good to hear. Yeah. Just take it easy. Put your feet up for a while. And yeah, don't stress it. Don't stress it being the operative word. So yeah, Okinawa, cannot recommend it highly enough. It's our favourite part of Japan, and we've been to a lot of Japan, from Hokkaido all the way to the south, and we've been over to Shikoku as well. We have not been to some of the really far-flung islands, just because they're really hard to get to. And yeah, basically you get there and you do a bit of a walking trip, and that's about it. So this looks like another A350 coming in. Party season again. Yeah, party season and wedding season. Yeah, you've probably timed it right, haven't you? So, Chiho-chan, if you're in the chat still, yeah, there may be an assistant position going at Let's Camp's business for wedding videography and so on. Don't want to speak for him, but you know, somebody with experience and talents and an aptitude for getting the right angles and what have you, might be just what the doctor ordered. Isn't that a beautiful China Airlines livery? I don't know, that looks like a special to me. That's XWB, is it? It's got the old carbon fibre livery down the back. Yep, the Airbus plus carbon fibre. So put that one in your scrapbooks. That's China Airlines. We came to Japan via China Airlines from Sydney and Taipei, and the service was really nice. We used China Airlines last year to go to Taipei from here in Okinawa. Of course, a really short flight down to Taipei and then back again. And found the service was pretty good. So we thought, okay, well, we'll try them. The only problem with getting to Japan is going through Australia. Australia is a pain, let me tell you. Mrs. Seki needs a visa as a Japanese citizen to transit Australia. Not visit, just transit. So it's not particularly welcome. And let me tell you, the worst airport as far as staff attitudes and so on, Sydney, without a doubt. Great airport for plane spotting, terrible airport for service, particularly the counter service. I mean, even Emirates, and Emirates with their high service standards, their counter service at Sydney was pretty average. Another helicopter for you guys. Here you go. Look at that. There we go. So forgive me for coming away from the China Airlines to capture that little bit of a helicopter for you. Another tag off. Transocean Air. I think we got Hong Kong in. Let me just see whereabouts you are. See if I can find. Okay. Oh, I've gone. Yeah, I'm going the wrong way. There we go. Yep. There you go. Hong Kong Airlines. Add that to your bingo cards, ladies and gentlemen. Helicopters are wild cards, by the way. So, if you've got a helicopter in your bingo card, then you might have gotten a house already. And we've got another Peach coming in, and helicopter has gone around behind it. So we'll get Peach. The helicopter's behind it. Crossing. Behind. There we go. Peach. don't know if Kevin is still there, mate, but this is the basically the Panasonic with the lens extender on it, and you know, so you get the artifact if you zoom back, the tunnel vision type thing. But for doing these extremely long range shots, like it's a couple of kilometres across to that runway over there, and we're doing it with ease with this range extender, tele extender, and I just screw it on the front whenever I need it, and I'm getting pretty adept at screwing it on and off now, so I can change lenses without too much difficulty. In the house. Now, I promised 3 hours, and we're coming up to 11 o'clock here. 2 o'clock your time in New Zealand, 12 o'clock Australia. I'm going to ask and see what the response is as far as what we're going to do this afternoon. There's Anna and Peach crossing it. Of course, way earlier in the stream, we actually got a C-17 just going through to Kadena. Just poked through. It was our first military of the day. We actually haven't seen any fighters today, which is really strange. Maybe we'll see them this evening. So yeah, if you are able, do come back for this evening stream. I can't promise the military stuff, but yesterday we saw, I'm gonna say a dozen, maybe up to 15 or 20 fighter aircraft of varying descriptions. Mostly, I think, either F-15 or F-18s. They were pretty special. We didn't get any loud afterburner takeoffs because they weren't sort of taking off from right here in front of us. If you saw the trailer for the show, you probably saw the F-15 takeoff with the afterburner drying the runway. That was pretty special. I kind of messed up the video a bit. I went back to get the second one, and I probably should have just concentrated on focusing on the first one. But I went back for the second one and completely messed it up because I didn't have my angles sorted out here with the video camera. And sort of messed it up completely, so we only got the one, but it was pretty nice seeing that aircraft, or those aircraft. Of course I managed to see it with the naked eye, but I didn't catch it for you guys. Here's an A350-900, beautiful. Graceful, glorious aircraft. As I've said many times before, second best aircraft in operation currently, only beaten by its bigger brother. Carries more passengers for about the same distance. The 350-900's got pretty impressive range, and the 1000 is slightly less in terms of range, but of course carries more passengers and has more capacity. I'm surprised Air New Zealand haven't gone for an all Airbus fleet. There must be political reasons behind that. So, yeah, they decided to go for Boeing. Okay, mate. Evening. Yeah, it's well. I'll tell you what. Watch it on replay, mate. Watch it on replay. And if you can, yesterday was a bit of a struggle. I'm anticipating that today's will be slightly better. I can't promise that, of course, but yesterday's was a bit of a struggle with the sun. It was just so intense. It was really, really hard to see anything. So it's nigh on impossible to focus on any of the aircraft. You just sort of pointed and sort of hoped that the camera made a good effort to pick them up. So yeah, Black Duck, thanks very much, mate. You could probably go and chuck an early like on that evening stream right about now. In fact, might get people to, if they're in the chat for this one, just to remember to like this particular video, and we're going to have, I've gotten a bunch of clips together, obviously, from my time here in Japan, and yeah, there's more to come. I understand we can go to Kadena and get some military action from down there, so that could be quite special. Because we saw that C-17 going in, and of course they may in fact have even the C-5s. Wouldn't that be special to see a C-5? Wow. And of course they Kadena is famous having run the U-2 out of there and the SR-71s. So the highest flying spy plane and the fastest aircraft. Still to this day, I think. Unless you choose X-15s or those hypersonic rocket aircraft. Look round and get this departure, and then I am going to ask and see what we are up to this afternoon. I might get a little bit of overtime, and let's see how we go. Flaming Galar, welcome to Airside, mate. Wonderful to have you aboard, mate. It's brilliant. You're more than welcome to join us, and it was a pleasure to have you commentating on the channel last night, doing the spotting for us, because it was pretty dire there for a while, because we just had no idea. So that's E-Star Jet. He's out again. We've got another arrival. Coming back in focus. Another beautiful A350-900. So just churning them out. 350-900 after 350-900. There's so many. And as somebody asked the question, is Okinawa busy? Well, it can be, and we got busy, sort of a bit distracted, but yeah, we were talking about Obon, and Obon here in Japan makes Okinawa really, really busy. Like they just get flooded with tourists because Japanese don't get long holidays like we do in New Zealand and Australia and other parts of the world. So yeah, when they get the chance, they grab it with both arms. Okay, through the C-17. Speaking of, can we find you up there, mate? Can you find you? Oh, believe me, there's a C-17 up there. Unfortunately, I didn't notice it quite early enough. Ding, 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 ding. I need a C-17 alert or something. So if I go right up there, it's just approaching the cloud. There we go, C-17, hey. Second appearance on the screen. So C-17 was into Kadena earlier, and it's obviously come out this way. That is an awful long way away. The benefit of having this tele extender lens on. This means that we can reach that far away. Okay. And we missed Jetstar while we were looking at Mr. C-17. So we'll whip down and get this departure for you. Let's see if we can get in focus. Come on, focus. Focus, 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 focus. There we go. Yay. That's some focus. Always important. So the negotiation was, how long can we go for? Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take Mrs. Seki out for lunch for being so understanding. So I'm going to go through until 12 o'clock here, which is now another 45 minutes or so, 45, 50 minutes or so, and then we're going to go out for lunch and have an afternoon, and yeah, and go back and I'll get Jetstar for you. Carolyn, welcome back. Good on you. Great to see you. Thank you for re-upping with us. The 1 monthers are upon us. We had Samantha and Tally, 2 sheep, numbers 1 and 2, separated by about 5 minutes. And Samantha mentioned the other day that she'd just passed her first month with us. So yeah, that's how long memberships have been going on this channel. Not very long at all. So that's how new we are. Really, we only started to really get going. I'm going to say early May. When Sid Squad came and visited, we had about 100 subscribers. I've been promoting the channel through YouTube promotion and got a lot of subscribers, but we haven't turned them yet into viewers for the live show. I don't think I could handle that many viewers. Sort of not really equipped. We haven't got a night bot yet. I don't know that I particularly want one. Have to talk to Mike and maybe Kevin about setting up a night bot, but yeah, I haven't really thought it all that necessary. It can be a bit of a distraction really to have sort of, you know, dad joke and, you know, they're fun and that sort of thing, but really be better if people told their own jokes, kept it clean of course, within reason. We're mostly adults here, so you know, it's not a church, so I respect that. It's not a church. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! There we go. Here's our second C-17. I'll tell you what, I only noticed that because I saw a helicopter, military helicopter as well. Where have we gone? Where have we gone? What have we done? What did you do, Seki? What did you do? It's gotta be there. It's gotta be there. There's a cloud in there. That's what's wrong. I found you again. So he's around over here. If I can find you, I will bring him back to you. Now I only noticed that because I saw this helicopter down here. Saw this Black Hawk. Saw the Black Hawk. Went, oh gosh, that's interesting. And then I saw the shape of the C-17 off there in the distance. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for him. There's a cloud, small puffy cloud right about there. If I go in, he might join us. Yep, C-17. Yeah, thanks, Carolyn. Yeah, good idea. Yeah. Obviously, we have sort of people that we know and trust as moderators. I mean, any of you in the chat at the moment would be welcome to be a moderator if you so chose. I sort of handed out moderation to people that I knew and people that I've seen that other streamers have trusted as moderators. So I handed off the moderating as a way of sort of saying, hey, look, we respect that you're here and you actually know what you're doing and can take action accordingly. But by and large, don't really have to intervene all that much. I mean, it's not only Planes Network, and it's not Sid Squad, and it's definitely not Airliners Live. Or so, and let's get a few more of these departures out of the way. Peach coming up next. I go and start doing my flight radar duties for you. We gave up on the C-17, by the way. We got it briefly, so that's good enough for me. This Peach is going to Fukuoka. So we've got we've got one aircraft crossing. Looks like Jetstar over here is just holding for Peach. Oops. Flip you back over there. So I've got my my shirt adorning the railing here on the 12th floor. The one with the QR code on. And yeah, so if anybody happens to be a bit inquisitive, yeah, they can check us out. As the guy at the rental car company did the other day. So Aviation budget, English speaking staff, very, very helpful, respectful and polite, and all the rest of it. And he wanted to know what my QR code was, and I told him, and he's subscribed. So yeah, hopefully he's going to see some of his local airport. have seen a departure for. Dum, dum, dum. Okay, what have we got down there? Japan Airlines. There we go, Japan Airlines. He's going to Haneda. There's JAL 904. It's the Disney 100 livery. Ooh. Okay, so we've got a couple of them have just crossed, so that we can get to Japan Airlines Disney 100 anniversary livery. So here's a special one. So Japan Airlines this way, and okay, I'm going to press record on this one. Special livery, special plane. Hit record. Okay, you can roll now. You can roll now. Here he comes. It says it's Japan special livery, but it sure doesn't look like it. It's special anniversary livery. Maybe they've taken the paint job off. I don't really see it. I don't really see it. Sorry, Japan Airlines. Nah. Nothing really to write home about. New York. Yeah, it's unfortunate that it's not really a special livery that I saw. Yeah. No. Sure, the passengers will just be happy to get back to Tokyo. So, who have we got to next? This is probably one of the Japan Air Commuter JACs, and I would imagine he's going off to Kumaji or somewhere like that. Even though it's off to the ever popular NA. NA probably is Kumaji. Just a very short flight, like going from Wellington to Blenheim. lovely, lovely, lovely. And around to it's much, much, much bigger. 8 down there. Spare battery? Yes, I've got the spare battery. Good. It's not getting super low. Probably will last another half an hour. That's all we need to do. So this is a 777-300. And of course he's going to Haneda. So the largest airliner that makes a regular stop here in Okinawa. We have seen the Super. We have seen the Flying Honus come down to Okinawa from Narita just for testing and training of crew and ground handling and that sort of thing. But of course, excuse me. Structural integrity column, keeping me on the 12th floor. Yeah, so that guy is, I was mentioning about the Flying Honu, the Supers coming to Okinawa for testing. Much for proving the aircraft and flight training for the crew, familiarity with the aircraft and that sort of thing. And of course they kept it within Japan's jurisdiction, but they don't have handling facilities for the 380 here. You would have to disembark people through a couple of air bridges, and you'd have people going from the upstairs to the downstairs. I mean, they used to fly 747s here back in the day, but yeah, they haven't configured Okinawa to really handle super size aircraft. And when it was here, I saw it, and it was parked over here. They parked the A380 over just besides the control tower. So there you go, control tower, bit of aviation apron over there. And that's where they parked up the mighty Super. I only ever saw the one come down and pay us a visit, but yeah, doesn't mean that I didn't miss one or two in the meantime. So let's see what we've got going on. So this Japan Transocean Air, lots of things. Transocean Air, and it's going to Komatsu. Very interesting part of the world. Let's see. Flaming Galah making full use, and Black Duck making full use of the emojis. Got the old prop emoji. Yeah. Almost like, looks a bit like an X-Wing, something like that. Red 5 standing by. Maybe a Y-Wing. Yeah, Y-Wing. So maybe something out of Battlestar Galactica. See that the lagoon has pretty much filled right up now. So earlier we didn't have get right around to this is the inflow, and there's not a lot of activity there anymore. When there's a lot of inflow, oh, there's a little bit more still coming in, but yeah, go around to the solar mangrove. There we go. Solar mangrove. There you go. So we've got a little bit of a lull. Oops, my bottle is escaping. I will go and rescue it in a moment. So, the control tower to look at. Zoom in a little bit. Back with you in just a moment. sorted out my t-shirt advertising banner and rescued my runaway drink bottle. So the last thing you want is your runaway drink bottle somehow escaping from the 12th floor and descending all the way to the ground. That would be BAD, which is code for, yeah, not good. You can see a little red fire truck. Let me see if I can cross the little red. It's not a fancy electric one like we have in Christchurch. There we go. But, proceeding around the outside of the airfield. Yeah, looks like Solar Seed's going to get out before. So we'll whip around. Apologies for the whiplash. Is that Solar Seed or is that Skymark? Check it out. It's our Skymark, isn't it? It's going to Kobe. Of course it is. Yes, 594. Yeah, probably a good idea to actually track it. Good on you. Oh, lovely. Alright, so they're sort of lining up down there now. Got a bit of a line up. Not a conga line like we see in the likes of Shanghai and what have you. Oh, okay, so we've got someone landing wherever they like. The privileges of being in the military, I think. Well, it might be a passenger. Just a civilian aircraft. A baby one. Notice not many privates in at the major airfields in Japan. Not like you get in Christchurch. Not like even you get at Sydney with your fancy jets. We definitely get a lot more private aviation in Australia and New Zealand, even at major airports. Well, I'm calling Christchurch a major airport. And they get a daily A380 service. That sort of counts for something. So this is Hana 304 from Okinawa off to Nagoya. So Nagoya is an alternate landing site for A380s for Narita. They don't even try to land at Haneda, which is just across the bay. They go all the way down to Nagoya as their alternate landing site. I've seen that happen once to Emirates, and they tried to get in at Narita, and Narita has crosswinds and they don't have crosswind runway. A lot of political reasons behind that. There's a twofer. Right. Wow, he's up and out of there. Rihanna. Great stuff. I'll get back and I'll get that page. Cameo in Adana takeoff. And here's Peach. Float it down, fella. There we go. Wow. There's Peach. So next is Solar Seed. 126 going to Kobe. There we go. Solar Seed. Waking to go to Kobe. Take the opportunity to remind anybody who's lurking, anybody who's chatting, to remember to give us the old like. In fact, you can, if you're so inclined to join us for the evening stream, get ahead of yourself and get in there and throw a like in for the evening stream. I think if you do that, the algorithm notices and sort of gives you a bit more of a boost. So yeah, if you manage to actually get your advertising in for your streams nice and early, operative word, like I've just made my banners and just dropped them in sort of less than 12 hours before, and not really expecting too many people to turn up. But, yeah, apparently the idea is if you advertise far enough ahead and get, that might be Asiana. Looks like Asiana to me. Could be Philippines. Anybody got flight radar on that one? It's either Asiana or Philippines. Asiana. So that's another Korean. I think they're being swallowed up by Korean Air, Asiana. They're merging them. Asiana actually have A380s, and they run them between Seoul and Narita. It's actually even shorter than the route between Christchurch and Sydney. So yeah, if you want a really short A380 experience, get the Seoul to Narita Asiana. behind the structural integrity pole. So how we're doing for our time, we got 11:48 here in Japan time. So about another 10 or 12 minutes or so. And then we'll wrap it up, and we'll look forward to your company if you can make it. I know some people have put in an early apology through work commitments and what have you. Yeah, sometimes shift work can be a blessing and sometimes it can be a curse. Yeah, it enables you to do stuff that perhaps otherwise you wouldn't be able to, and then you might miss out on the right thing. And, certainly we'll miss the company this evening, but yeah, I'm sort of planning from about 6 o'clock Japan time, which is about 9 o'clock in New Zealand, 7 o'clock East Coast of Australia. Might be earlier, but yeah, looking around about 6 o'clock for that kickoff. The reason is because yesterday we kicked off at 5. We noticed it was just oppressive. It was really, really bright, straight into us. You can imagine how the sun's beating down. Well, imagine it coming directly at you. I just couldn't see anything in the monitors at all. And the camera was struggling a bit. As the day wore on, as the night wore on, afternoon or whatever, yeah, it got a little bit easier to focus on what was happening. So yeah, slowly but surely, conditions improved over that first hour, and that's why I've sort of decided maybe to push it off for an hour today, and not make it quite as long. If I had a night camera, we could probably go into the evening. The later evening, but of course conscious that a lot of you may have, especially in New Zealand, will have work in the morning, and we won't be finishing until 8, so after 11 in New Zealand. And I know a lot of people sort of like their beauty sleep, we don't want to deprive them of that. But what we found is actually what we can do is play a few clips to people when things get really, really dark. It's in Hong Kong Express, is it? Lovely. That's another awesome new livery. Hong Kong Express out the door. Lovely to see. You notice they have, the internationals seem to have a much higher flight profile to get out of here than the domestics. Yeah, not quite sure what the configuration changes are. But yeah, they definitely seem to get up and out of here somewhat differently to the domestics. Take it a lot more casually. Oh, a little bit of wing fluff I notice on that Express. bit of wing fluff. So it must be a little bit of humidity out there. Don't really notice it too badly here. We've got we're well and truly shaded here on the balcony. And of course, if it gets really oppressive, then we can retreat inside. Now let me just do Flaming Gavar's job for him. And yeah, so this is All Nippon Airways, ANA 1206, and he's going to Fukuoka. So we've got we've got the Asiana crossing, and we've got Peach holding. So Asiana is going to International Terminal. So there's International Terminal here, there's a low-cost carrier terminal, and then there's the main terminal for the likes of Japan Airlines, and they have one wing, and then ANA have another wing. So yeah, if you go to the wrong wing, you've got a bit of a sprint on your hands to go to the right, the other wing. It's sort of a big U shape to get from one side of the that air terminal to the other, and then you've got the low-cost carriers, and then you've got international. Back a bit and go up a bit, and there we go. Very nice. And he's off to Fukuoka. Let's go back down. So that looks like gin here to me. Going back to Busan, South Korea. Busan is not far, really, relatively speaking, from Fukuoka. You can actually take a jet foil from Fukuoka, so you can go by jet foil, which is like a jet-powered hydrofoil. They've got big turbine engines in them, and they are a marvellous way of getting backwards and forwards. Probably, I'm going to say, not quite up to carrying people across the likes of Cook Strait. It'd be wonderful to try them out though. Cook Strait just gets too rough. That's why you need the big ferries. And of course, from time to time, they cancel those ferries, and it leads to all sorts of trouble. If New Zealand was a richer country, they'd have built a tunnel or a bridge by now. Notice that the South Island is actually, population-wise, growing faster than North Island again. There's lots and lots of Aucklanders move south to a better life in Canterbury and get a new house out in the Selwyn district or something like that. Selwyn is the second fastest growing region of the country, behind, I believe, the Central Otago Lakes district. So, yeah. And Peach is finally able to get himself sorted out. Well, that's about us for now. Going to quickly grab Let's Camp. Mate, I am going to wrap it up now. And I'll be back in about 6 hours or so for Flaming Galar. Just passing the old comment on the doing your job for you. But I really appreciate you doing the spotting for us earlier. Especially yesterday, that was just terrific. So we've got another one incoming, and we'll make that the last movement. If I can get you sorted out, there we go. So Japan Airlines, and he's coming in on 18 right, which is the most seaward of the 2 runways that they operate here. For the longest time, Okinawa only had the single runway. And then about 10 years ago, they started work on building this artificial island out there. And they spent a good few years building it. And it's only been in operation for about the last 5 or 6 years. So Okinawa is a multi-runway, so it's 18s and I think 3 6s. Thanks, Black Duck. Thanks for coming, Tally. Thanks for coming, Let's Camp. Flaming Galar, great to see you. Carolyn, if you're still about, or check back later, thank you very much. Appreciate you stopping by. Appreciate Kevin, Wellington Flights Live, for popping in for a wee while there, obviously in his lunch hour. Thanks very much, mate. It really means a lot when someone such as yourself takes time out of your busy day to come and visit us. We're growing by leaps and bounds and learning all the time. I see you, Carolyn. I see your message retracted. I see you there. Hey, cheeky wee message. Hearts to you, mate, and hugs as well. And we appreciate that. But not everybody's having the greatest situation in their lives, and we feel for them. Oh, thank you, mate. That is a really good suggestion. Drop a like on tonight's stream, even if you can't make it. And I know I said that was the last one, but here's Peach, and it's turned up, and it's right in focus, so why not? It would be rude not to. Famous Kurtism. So there you go. Alrighty, so I'll go back to my shot of the tower, and I will say my goodbyes and go inside and whip up some music and a bit of an end screen for you, and maybe throw you 1 or 2 clips. not from right now, but from perhaps an earlier show. Yeah. Thanks very much for coming, and we look forward to your company in 6 hours or so. Thanks very much.